Could you maybe calm down a little? Calm down? No way, Jose, not until y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it. Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask for you to... You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Torosaurus run wild, hoping to hide the fact that they've read the snippets themselves. The staff cling desperately to their story. Look, we're really not reading anything. This is a movie set, says the gal who told me she'd done seen 40 with her own danged eyes. Sure I saw him, something, but that doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. Alright, break it up. Mr. Edgeworth and Sean, y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too. No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Lang Z says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really. Agent Lang, this is a highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. He hadn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. So he was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Gavelle, on the roof of the big building. Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I can't say. Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder. Why? Why can't you just tell us? Please, Judge Gavelle, we're trying to help you. She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it. You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Gavelle's meeting with the president and then? That's what I'm hoping we're here about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down, Sean Finn? Me? We know you were here on the set last night. You were, Sean? We have testimony from the woman over there and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it. You came back to run your lines, right? What? You were spying on me? I'm sorry, I was just making sure you were okay. It was late. I was worried about you. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me. Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. Sorry. I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow, this is a whole new Judge Gavelle. It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must... And I want you to remember that, alright? Can we get on with the investigation now? Oh, of course. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Cabell, the mother, will take a little get used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed, and by who, and I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. All right, Sean. Perhaps you could tell us what happened last night. Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra cracked ice. And that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened. We've been rehearsing late at night again. But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. You called him. Around what time? It must have been 11 or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set. So you lied to me. Sorry. Now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he was to work on his acting, though. Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. Her child alone late at night. Anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case. But he said nothing happened, right? He did. Although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth.
Objection!
Nothing happened. I'm sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt. Wait, that's... How did you... That's right, your rehearsal tape. What? You have video footage from last night? We do, and if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there already. There is. I'm not sure that's an everyday sight even on a film set. Sean, why would you keep this from me? No reason. Liar. That stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not going to work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. You. Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it. So you were embarrassed, is that it? Yes. What's so weird about that? That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence. Sean, how could you? Oh, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there. I just ran my lines and went home. That was it. What, and nothing about the giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint on the set of a giant monster movie. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff they ran into. I don't buy it for a second. Chief, there's something hinky about this kid, sure as I'm standing right here. Dang Skippy there is. He's hiding Scoop under them there horns on my name ain't got a heart. Ah, shut up, both of you. I'm done talking.
Objection!
No, you're not. What? The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. What other unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening?
Take that!
The model of Torosaurus's head fell from the roof of that trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that? I don't know what you're talking about. Is that so? I told you, I ran my lines, I went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Or are you saying you can prove I know something? Sadly not. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left. No proof? Then this conversation is over. Something tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than is absolutely necessary. What is he hiding?
Not so fast!
Hold it right there. What is it, Agent Lee? So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely. What? There was something else on that tape. Yup. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left? Oh, yeah. The Torosaurus suit. Something's different. Do you see it? I'm not sure. He's just kinda hanging out and looking a little saggy. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight. The zipper? That's... Yeah, I guess you all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper is wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit, that's why. What? Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it? Well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gabelle pushed the president off of the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere? Here, but where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you could hide it anywhere, and then come back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. We're saying the body could have been hidden in the Torosaurus suit. That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gabelle? You pushed the president off of the roof just like I said, then you hid his body inside that costume. I most certainly did not.
Not so fast!
Protest all you like, I'm not going to believe you. You're the only person who could have done this.
Objection!
I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gabelle would have been able to get in
Not so
there.
fast!
What if she had an accomplice? What? I've got a little theory for you. I think you're going to like it. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gabelle pushed the president off of the roof? If the two of them were working together, the problem of the log goes away. They then work to hide the body together too, by dragging it over to the Torosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. You think the murder was really that carefully planned? It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned.
Overruled.
To suggest that Shanj could have been involved in this it's
Now go
unthinkable.
fast.
You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm going to listen to a word you say? But what about the Motthive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang? Who knows? But we'll find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. Judge Gabelle, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details. I My apologies, but that is the one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you'll be the first to know. So please, you have to believe me. Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. I've got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as each other, but let me guess, you're still going to try and stick up for them. It's true, Judge Gabelle's actions certainly make her seem suspicious, but nothing she has told us amounts to a warrant for murder, or even the suggestion of one. No, and like I said, I'm leaving Motthive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. And for my Monet, these two had to be working together for the little plot to succeed.
Hold it.
The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not, but we can take a look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I would put Monet on as finding proof that it was there. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Oh, not at all. Might be a little bright though. It's pretty sweaty in there. It's filthy. Yeah, that's weird. I always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kinda moldy.
Now go fast.
In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty. Exactly. Well, everybody happy?
Spindash Diva said. He has got a lot of chest hair.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Welcome on in, Spin. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend.
Spindash Diva said.
Oh, so
I'm
yeah,
surrounded by kitties.
you are indeed having a fantastic existence. That's just nice to know. All the soft and fluffy kitties. Sounds like a grand time, friend.
Objection.
So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body.
Spindash Diva said. One wants all the pets and the other wants none, lol.
Oh, I think that she does want the pet. She's just being too dare about it. Probably. Maybe. Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Fine, so what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president? Come on, Kay, think. Where was it? Is something the matter, Kay? I've seen dirt like that somewhere else. I'm sure of it. I just can't think where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it. Gray bits. She's right. There is something mixed in there. It was stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it. Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe. It's probably worth checking. Does one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it?
Take that!
As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something gray. And we discover similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right, the dirt does look similar. But so what? What are you saying the stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? I believe the gray flecks are concrete. Surely they're flecks of concrete. Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean? Exactly.
Spin-Diva said. Dandruff.
Dandruff, you think it's dandruff, huh? You think somebody here's got a scalp problem? And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to? Chairman Winner, who found them in his garage. But that would be white, not gray, wouldn't it? Dandruff is white, not gray. I'm trying to think of a way that dandruff could be gray. That would be a little gross. Well, dandruff in general is gross, but that's right. We visited the garage as home earlier today, and we found a pair of Buchanan's gloves covered in dirt. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. Why would a pair of Buchanan's gloves be covered in dirt? And I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them while they used a hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances. Wait, so you're saying, yes, that we finally know what these footprints really are. It seems highly likely that they were dug by Chairman Winner. Highly likely. If that's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve? Why indeed? I imagine he must have been digging something up. I think he must have been digging something up. I imagine events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on the slot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance and gained access from there. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig the 3 footprints. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes. But then Sean must have showed up, right? I think he did, yes. Chairman Winner would have had to find a hiding place, and the Torosaurus suit provided just that. You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves. It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up.
Objection!
But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winter was still present when this recording was made. What? It's a shame that Agent Lang didn't realize it himself. Now if we compare the situation as we see it now to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winter's garage, it soon becomes clear that the chairman was present. But part of this image shows us that Chairman Winter was still here.
Take that!
Look at the bag next to the Torosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winter's garage. The same bag, the same dirt on the gloves. That has to indicate a connection, surely. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winter in the suit, and if he was in there, the policeman's body can't be there. Good. It seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the falseness theory. Somebody get to Chairman Winter's house right away. We need to know what's in that bag. Yes, sir. Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hog's will? This is all we need. Then right there's Torosaurus footprints, dang it. Ain't no holes dug up by no old guy. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are. Don't matter to me none what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told y'all. I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes. The giant eye peering in at the window. I thought we had gotten past that nonsense. We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did? Responsible ones. I guess that's the whole problem. Wait, ain't like it was just about the footprints no how. You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters. Ain't that correct, young man? By the way, by the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken. We're never going to get anywhere with these two around. Maybe if we could prove to them that wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. What do you think, Mr. Edward? Any bright ideas? Prove that it wasn't a monster. Fine. I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do. What are you two whispering about? Y'all are hiding something, ain't ya? Admit it. Quick, Tabby. Roll tape.
Hold it!
Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to, we know what it was now. That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery. It did. The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with 40. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for a legendary creature of the lake. Your so-called monster is right here in this picture. I don't see no Gordy. That ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. We're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography. What was Miss Nichols' Gordy really?
Take that!
That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy. Well, what? Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a not massively elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane. Bull, how the heck would she make a mistake like that?
Objection!
How indeed, Miss Nichols? Yes? You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you? Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden. and I imagine that when you thought you saw 40, it was quite heavily shrouded in darkness. That's right, I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us. Skin like an enormous worm, you said. Y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane up in your skin somehow. Ain't even no flesh on them there metal bones, let alone skin. You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane as it was in this particular picture anyway. But it did have a skin of a sword last night. I knew you were a scupator, but this is plumb crazy. You want Tabby and me to starve, is that it? That wasn't my intent at all. But I do think this time I finally put them both out of their misery. 40's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all, it was this.
Take that!
Miss Nichols told us that seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end. I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for 40's skin. What? Oh, heck. Well, Sean, am I mistaken? You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light. And just like that, the dream dies. Again. Chief. I think that may have finally shut them up. I thought the kid was holding out on us, but it seems I coulda maybe been a little wrong. Maybe. Alright, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy. Everybody except these two. Agent Lang. The President's autopsy report is out, sir. It is. Let me see it. Death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So, we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Just as we thought. Test results still haven't come back on the yellow substance found on his chest, but they did find gunshot residue on his right hand. Gunshot residue? Guess he was a kid at heart. Gunshot residue, K, is a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the President may have used a gun. Really? Though we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we? Indeed not, which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The President didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of a big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine. You were right. Amazing. So does that mean Judge Gabelle isn't a suspect anymore either? Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the President the night before last, but the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 last night, and we know that the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly. What a relief.
Not so fast!
Sorry, it might be a little too soon to sell e-brake. What? Sure, I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the President. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall. Or who? We know it happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time.
Overruled.
What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean. I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean. The kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet he wants us to believe he knows nothing about what happened. That's a big ask, surely.
Objection!
We haven't yet established if the footprints have anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved.
Knuckle back!
Maybe not, but his face tells me different. As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. It does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something, but I don't think Sean's going to talk. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking? What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang? The Poleyes have some pretty sophisticated Agent Analysis tools these days. You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted. It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not? Sure do. Little V. Good. Then that should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question? Why me? I fear that Agent Lang might be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright. Are there new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder?
Eureka!
Well, what the? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see. Let me see. What is it? What's the matter? Show me. Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks that you share your findings. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's the president. Oh my. What? You're kidding, right? Well, I would say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all. Well, wait. This doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you. And the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid. You murdered President Wang. No, that's ridiculous. Why? Why would he? Sean, you didn't. You can't have. Can you? What did we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that. Surely even you can't deny that this was pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. He claimed that he knew nothing about what happened, but the president is right there with him. Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know. He's right, Sean. Be honest. Now. It's the only way. The truth is, it was all my fault. Shashan, what did you do? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off the trailer. I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to one of my lines. Then my mom called and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call, the Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there, lying next to it. No. We did find evidence of a fire having broken out up on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So we're saying the president died because of Sean. If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground? I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again. You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from. In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off. Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall. Indeed, and I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them. And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear. I still don't believe you. Why would President Wayne came to a place like this in the middle of the night? His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Cavell up on the roof 2 nights ago, but he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed.
Hold it!
Did you notice anything unusual about the body? I don't know. It was dark. He suddenly seemed even more reticent than usual. I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this? It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I'd better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. And yet, you didn't. Yeah, because what was the point? He was dead. So you said, what I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead? He was lying on the ground and that huge head was right next to him. It didn't take much to figure out that what must have happened.
Objection!
You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked. Fine, I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked, and he wasn't breathing. So I was right. So why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point? I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. So that's how I knew he was dead. Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind.
Objection!
Nothing on his clothes. Nothing at all. Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that? There's something you're clearly hoping that we forgot. Well, what are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true. Unluckily for you, you'll remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. You've studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony, an absence I find suspicious to say the least. That's... I hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation. Judge Gabel, allow me to explain. But the yellow residue on the president's chest, I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise. Lion lilies. 2 nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with a large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wang's chest was torn from those flowers. But they're not there in the printout from the security camera, only because the president is in the way. But why give him flowers? That is not something I am... Because he's a daddy! Gabel and the president were begging. He's a daddy. That's why he was on set. He was checking on his son. He's a daddy. He's a daddy. Like Maury says, you are the father. What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers. My sincerest apologies. All I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that? I cannot. Seriously, Your Honor. Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on, you've got to give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly into the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it? Hey, you leave her alone. Shashan, I threw the flowers away, okay? You did, so they were there when you first found the body. Yeah, they were right there on his chest, and they were squashed completely flat. Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? They would have got crushed along with the president, and the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it? No reason. He's almost as evasive as his brother. More secrets. They're quite a pair. There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mom with them, and felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion. No, you've got it all wrong. That's his least convincing lie yet. I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered. So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my tastes. Why? What's wrong with nice? I guess you forgot. The kid also told us that he was responsible for the head falling in the first place. Yeah, he did, but so he's still our only suspect.
Objection!
The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However, wait, I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Who? The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. That's right. We had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot. Yeah. Luckily, it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him. The sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud. Sedatives. Isn't that what you were given too? Yep, we found the bottle on the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3Zs. Apparently it's super strong. Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of
Not so
this.
fast!
Oh yeah, and the secret mastermind of yours was here last night too. That I can't say yet. It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. So, is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Of course. So I was right. The kid is still our only suspect.
Objection!
Not quite. I can think of another. What? Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Chairman Winter. You think he killed President Wang? Why not? We've proven that he was present, and if he was here, he's as viable a suspect as anybody else. Wouldn't you say? Winter, could he really have? It's certainly another possibility to consider. 12 years ago, he was. That number again. Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. Lang, like the Lang from 12 years ago. Yep, good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what I was coming to you. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case.
Not so fast!
And you can prove that, can't you? Go ahead, show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof. If you can't prove it, this conversation's over. Does any of the evidence we've collected show a link between Reese Stevens and those of 12 years ago?
Take that!
This is a report about Bronco Knight. It was sent to Chairman Winter by Warden Lagarde.
Stream elements.
This last part in particular should be of interest
Stay
to
moist,
you.
my friends, hydrate.
Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago in front of the planter. And that's not all. Take a look at this. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringler, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. What? But... Something strange is going on, Agent Wang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wang not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be, and I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? These are all the wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name. Please, Agent Wang, we need to know. Who on earth was that? Shifu. What are you all doing here? We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident 12 years ago. Idiots. I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? You're disobeying a direct order. Please, sir, I'm begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We know you can't let it go until you figure out what happened. And we can't either. Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too. You think it's that easy, that you could solve the case just like that? I think we can. Together. Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yes! Shifu, Shifu, Shifu! Nice. Then I guess it's my turn to step up. I'm sorry, Kay. You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that. Do you mean Mr. Thief? Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you. Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case. How come? Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret. Really? Why? Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know I read in newspaper articles from the time. That's fine. Just tell us what you can. Alright. The SS5 incident happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Zenthal. So he was kidnapped. Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million. $100 million? How much money even is that? More than you can imagine, it seems. The last person to see the president on that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Zenthal until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end they succeeded. The money was handed over and the president came home safely. So President Wang was head honcho even back then. Wow. Go, Mr. President. The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assumed the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated. It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial. The trial? So a suspect was arrested. Yeah, none other than our friend Fifi Lagarde. What? Is that why you visited the prison? It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol, so I thought I would use the time to look into what happened 12 years ago. And I wanted to see who I was dealing with. She was found not guilty then, wasn't she? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. but they held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as president and bodyguard. He stayed on the force though, and he worked the case alone until eventually he found a suspect, the guard. And if he thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he's had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene. Is there really nothing we can do? You look like you could use a hand. Who's this now? Francisco and Mr. Fender. We finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we would see what you kids were up to. Here. What's this? It says SS5 Incident Investigation Report. When Sophia Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it, and this is what Interpol provided. Nice work, Francisca. Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case. I owe you, sis, but everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret. Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winter. He was the prosecutor in charge. Him again. Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son, Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. It sounds like we owe him. Prosecutor Eustace Winter is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial, but he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there. He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Indeed he is. Alright, now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem. Excellent, let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now. Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody. Alright. Kay, if you could set Mr. Thief in motion. Sure, looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start? Good question. Let's see. It seems there was an eyewitness. A freelance journalist by the name of Alf Aldondale. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. So this is where he saw it all happen. Here, as in the big building. No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that, now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been the happy family home, like for retired people. No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage. Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it her happy little home. As a proprietor of this institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion. President Wang, Excelsius winner, and Lord Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to a current case. K, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Alvale? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president. So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice. Alright, we're counting on you. Well, what the heck is this? When did I grow to become so blasé to people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police report described it. Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 the morning after the murder. And it seems it had been snowing. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints found out being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred, meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Three planters covered with snow. Is anything the matter, Agent Blake? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed, you have Chairman Winter to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is, I've seen the scene somewhere before. What? But where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. He appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. President Wang changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we had been for all those years. My father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. But no matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? A bodyguard, maybe. Sorry, there's no point making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. I'll be the judge of that. As warm and fuzzy as ever, I said. Not that I expected any different. That case ruined my father, and my family too. The people who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after, that. He threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. He became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow, you really don't pull your punches. Look, just don't go thinking I'm only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids, and he made sure they told him everything. I wonder if he learned anything of value. Aldown, the people who witnessed the president's kidnapping. But what exactly did he see? I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos. It seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. It looks like the blood flowed from the head and spread over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Aldown's autopsy report. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Alf Aldown, freelance journalist, killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wayne. Even in the recreation, it's pretty gruesome. It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked. Yeah, the autopsy report says that's where he was hit with a brick. Indeed, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. It looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand. Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button. A button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps. This cell phone must have belonged to the victim. You're right. Yeah, says here the file that Mr. Aldown made a call while he was watching the kidnapping. A call? To whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw the president was there. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too if you want to hear it. Please. Hey Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird. Hold up. Rosie? Is this the father? Because I think I remember something, they did say he was like a journalist or something, didn't he, at one point? President Wang is here for some reason. And there's another. Damn it, the light's out so I can't quite see, but it looked like he was being kidnapped. Anyway, probably nothing, I thought. What were those sounds at the end? He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Aldown's girlfriend, what was her name? Ringler. Rosie Ringler. At least that's what I heard. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean her revenge for what happened 12 years ago? All Miss Ringler was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover, and so seeking revenge of Chairman Winter, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winter, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping, or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. It's all coming together, it's all connecting. For better or worse. So the victim was carrying a camera. Oh yeah, according to the file they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are. That's... It's the president, right? And somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Aldown witnessed. So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper. Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity, but Agent Lang's father's theory was correct. The person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde. How come they only found the one picture? He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. This was the brick used in the murder. There's stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby. These footprints stop by the body. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Aldown, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that? About his size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match. These footprints go to the body and come back. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9, pretty average in other words. It seems the police were able to track down who the murderer was from him though. I don't believe there's any more family. I was trying to hear. These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. Ones we've seen somewhere before. Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was the middle of winter. Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow. Weird. How come there's only one? Wait, it looks like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. A rare member of the family Liliaceae. A lion lily, you say? Wait, didn't Judge Gabelle give Preston weighing some lion lilies? What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence, can it? I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, where it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child. I wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it came to flowers, Francisca. What I just told you is common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more. There are burn marks on this pillar here. The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident. A fire? Let's see, where was it again? Yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. They sound like a lively bunch. Possibly too lively. It seems their antics spoil our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. So that's what our monstrous hoofprints really were. Wait, what? Recall the arrangement of the prints. Now compare it to that of the planters. That's right. I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood. So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them. He was. And why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winter might have been digging in front of the planters?
Take that!
Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Woodward sent to Chairman Winter. In it, she mentioned something had been laid to rest in front of a planter. You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes? because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant. I get it, so he wasn't sure which one it was, which meant he had to try and dig up all three. I imagine so, yes. Poor Chairman Winter. But why go through all that trouble? What was he looking for? I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now. Alright, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night? That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping? Sure, I'll use the photograph you took. Here goes no thing. There's Mr. Owl down in the middle of the planters. And there's the President and his kidnapper out by the road. My father based his investigation on the evidence Aldale provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow, and how he wound up suspecting P.P. Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. But when the case went to trial, Excelsius Winter put a big hole in that theory. He did. Yeah. After all, the President and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage, so it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection. So they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage. Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene, and then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. They had some kind of deal. I'm sure of it. So you're saying that Chairman Winter was working with the kidnapper? Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? And you say he was a gifted and thorough investigator, and he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Aldale's message, sure. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking it out. Agent Lake's father, DeLong Lake, trusted ally and confidant of President Lake. He discovered clues that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winter. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. That snowman, it was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder. And that muffler was all wet, and its little button eyes had fallen off. Indeed, it still looked reasonably healthy at this point, although not entirely. I could see one thing that's missing. Poor guy. I bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving though. Maybe they had potential. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely.
Eureka!
The snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say? Yeah, his right eye. Indeed, luckily we've managed to locate it. The button Mr. Aldale was holding. Look at that, it's the same type of button as the other eye and everything. And if we suppose that the button is indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood. which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if, after being struck, Mr. Aldown lost his balance and reached out to grab something to steady himself, the snowman? The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued falling. I get it. So you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked? I am, within arm's reach to be precise. And he's currently nowhere near that close. Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again. Alright, I'll take us back to the scene where Mr. Aldown's body was found. But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Aldown's shoes, right? So what's the deal? Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but these aren't the victim's shoes. I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. So these prints, they go right up to where the victim was found, and they stop right by his feet. But they then actually belong to him. So are the prints by his head his, the ones that lead away and come back? No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither set belongs to him. Then, how did he get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. So then where did the murder take place? Was it really over by the snowman as we suspect? I think Mr. Aldown's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? And that would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. I'd better take a closer look. Look, there's a brick missing here. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. If Chairman Winter was involved in President Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping. I get it. You do. You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot. He must have been digging up the ransom money. The ransom money, $100 million, is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. It certainly seems like a possibility. Glad you agree. It seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right, the button came from there, and the brick too. Indeed, and what's more, if the murderer took the brick from right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Aldown would have seen them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Aldown wasn't standing by the planters. He was next to the snowman. Gotcha. Alright, here goes. Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work. Indeed, everybody who was present is in exactly the same spot. So, where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we based our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was faked somehow? But which one was it?
Take that!
Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Aldown? What do you mean? We know that whoever killed him moved his body, but why would they have done that? What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't, and then they took the photo to help back up the lie? They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply. Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Aldown's camera, right? Indeed, I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there, then replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that the only picture found was the one they staged. Yeah, that makes total sense. So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Aldown was killed. No way! And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Aldown saw at all. It seems highly likely that was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. Wait, so where was the president when Mr. Aldown thought he saw him being kidnapped? Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we could use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left that voicemail too. He did. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you?
Take that!
Recall the statement from Mr. Aldown's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. Two of the lights here in the yard are broken. Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned? Sure. And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, which helped them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved if the case went to trial. Well, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump? Blood on the snow. A lot of it. It certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Alden was turned over by the snowman, right? We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else. What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Alden's. Need I remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winter? The man would have had no scruples about altering the official report over something this small. But then why go to all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead? He wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was when the police would find Mr. Alden's body. And he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they had used that for sure. Exactly. He wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such test when they came back in. It would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. So we've been looking at a forgery this whole time. That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Aldo's clothes were covered with blood too. It does. And if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Aldo's body was placed here. I get it, which means that the other person's blood was spilled not long before Mr. Aldo was killed. I think it does, yes, but if that's the case, doesn't that present something of a contradiction?
Eureka!
There is a clear contradiction here. In the blood stain, the blood is clearly cut off from where the snow was melted by the fire, which means that the blood in question was spilled before the fire was started. But the fire happened before the murder, no? If we choose to believe the case file, yes, but the fire was actually set after what happened here. The kid who lit it might have seen something. And why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Chairman Winter's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You. Yes, Shifu. The fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might be a record of it. Go see if they have anything, and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family and be back in Zinfang. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. There should. What kind of something exactly? I told you I had seen the scene somewhere before this time. Well, I've remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it, or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu. Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on fire, and I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and one more thing about time. What kept you? Well, hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it. This is the picture I remember. Could this be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident? It sure looks like a kid drew it. Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. Shishifu, there's... What now? Look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor, why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during this investigation, although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire too? Sure, here. If you'll just give me a moment to read through it. It seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed in the evening of the incident, and then disappeared several days later. What? Must have been because he saw something, right? No, a kid? Really? That's horrible. But sadly not unimaginable. Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. What's this? The VATS. But what's it doing in that case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Have you seen this somewhere before? Something very much like it, yes. We have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind?
Take that!
I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Waves. You've seen it before. Of course, he always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. I see. It has a special device inside it that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Do you think maybe putting the horn back on might unlock more recordings? You never know. The toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. You heard the man? Yes, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away. Here it is, Shifu, the Torosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work. Hand it to the prosecutor over there. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? It fits perfectly. And any more recordings on there? Hi, Dijon. Sorry, President Wang. It's me, Amy Lai. I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you're visiting the country soon. And I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to turn it off right now. What's gone into Judge Cabal? Are you okay? Just turn it off, please. You see, I had a baby, a beautiful little boy. Your beautiful little boy. I'm sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean. Finn. And oh, did I fucking call it? I fucking called it, didn't I? Sean Finn is the son of the president of Zental. Called it. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? No. Sean Finn. The kid. And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. What? He was my dad. I'm so sorry, Sean. Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gabelle? Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him. Oh, okay. And he was aware of this. Yes, of course. His mother, Amy Finn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins, but we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters. And so, when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity secret, and I decided that the best way to do that would be for him never to know in the first place. That's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey, yes, Sean, you're sure he was really my dad? Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zinfar. Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage. She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Knuckle back!
Sorry, Judge Gabelle, but I have to ask. Amy Lai, the lady who asked the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her. I'll bet that was Chairman Winter's doing, though sadly we can't prove it. And because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again. Then she died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean. Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda. My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over. You think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important. It's about me. I'm staying. That didn't work at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago. So that's it. That was the big secret. I wanted to tell him face to face that Amy Lai was gone, but also that you were alive and well, more than well. But I, it makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gabelle was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean too. That was why I took the lion lilies with me, so there would be no doubt that I knew Amy Lai, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore a special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Amy Lai a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance. But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him. Shifu, I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but what? What is it? You've been hovering there this whole time. Can't it wait? Did they send something else from Zenfall? President Wang's will. Well, what? the president's will. He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride, our family jewels. What? This is... What is Agent Lang? Does that have anything to do with our current case? You could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son. Sean's name appears in the president's will, and we're certain that the document is authentic, that President Wang wrote it himself. Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I would stake my name on it being the genuine article. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. And yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. I still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it, Sean. You're President Wang's son. Sean. 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 He was my dad. It can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly, and too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean, I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me, right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? I'm sorry, Sean. I'm so sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would have never happened, and he wouldn't have. I've ruined everything. Everything. It's all my fault. I even ruined your flowers. Sean, please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while.
Stream elements.
The bond between parent and child
Stay
has
moist, my
symbolized
friends,
by the
hydrate.
lion's belly. I'm no expert, but it's native to Zinfandel, so I know that much, at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling on such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case? I wouldn't know. He took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from Kay's reconstruction? Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clearer. Now all we need to do is follow them, and all the way to the truth. Let's go, let's go, let's go. The real story of the SS5 incident. The president went to the orphanage that night. That much we know for sure. The Torosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amy Lai Finn. Except he was kidnapped, and Aldown happened to see it. If Aldown hadn't been there, it wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Instead, they had to move his body to the painters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the scent. So that's our current theory, is it? But there's something I still don't understand. There is. This. Why risk staging the picture? They would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? It's a good question, and we may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there in one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away.
Objection!
You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Aldale hadn't witnessed the kidnapping. But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet it remains possible that Mr. Alden wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters. But Mr. Alden was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it, but it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. You're saying they covered up a whole separate murder. But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seem to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. They have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. This clearly shows that something else happened that night.
Take that!
Excelsius Winter tried to shroud the existence of the other murderer in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress, thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father. Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. Though why would Chairman Winter wish to erase it on the record? Because he saw something he should not have. That's why. He did. What was it? It's right here in this picture. The picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that's the president on the right-hand side, and that's a Torosaurus toy in his hand. Who's that standing across from him?
Take that!
Eastern robes and a black dog. That can only be Bodhidharma Canis. What? That creepy assassin guy? And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of a president? I can think of only one thing. That's right. It wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. And Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winter were, yes, I think they were complicit, more than complicit in fact. One provided the venue for the killing, and the other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Aldown was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination, and not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all. Do you think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Yeah, we even met him. Indeed, so we have a president killed 12 years ago, and a president killed in the last 48 hours. Two presidents, in other words. Right, which is completely impossible. Or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be two presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Zenfall may not be a big country, but he held that place together. The president Agent Lake spoke of was a noble and capable leader. No, the presidential mask is well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were two completely different people. But how could one country have two presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it's possible for there to be two presidents. One of the two was a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. A body double. President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Zental, a figure on the world stage. There must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one at Gourd Lake only a few days ago. It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts, but that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president. Not without proof. Do we have any proof that there was more than one president?
Take that!
I don't think he's not realized the contradiction staring him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Persecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. And Amy, my friend's reporting, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy with your father, Agent Lang. So he had not eyes. The only way he could have been in two places at once, as if there were two of him. So the real president, that was the one who died 12 years ago. I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was a fake. The fake evidence. What was it again?
Take that!
The picture taken with Mr. Aldown's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Aldown was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president on the stage photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. An Excelsius winner and Popular Guard helped me do
Got
it.
your back.
Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. Are you telling me it magically disappeared?
Attention.
No. In fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time.
Take that.
Chairman Winter dug something up last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. We thought it might have been the ransom money, but it was actually something even more important. Wait, you mean? That's right, the real president's body. I think it's highly likely anyway. What? The body may have decomposed in intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that construction is due to start here sometime soon. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains. Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found it pretty quick. Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again. Yeah, I guess we do. If there was a body under one of them, there should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, get me somebody from forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains are found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. So it really was him. Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winter. The physique looks to be about right, and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. So as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago, and the SS-5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Wow, so it really was a murder. This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track. Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings, just to confirm that we understand everything correctly. Good idea. Let's go over everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage. 12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim, to meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. Aldale seem likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharma Canis. That's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to... Indeed, but at least with Mr. Canis, we could be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then, after the assassination, another tragedy occurred. Mr. Aldale's murder. Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the site that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away that he believed that he was seeing what he was seeing was the president's abduction. At which point, the body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators walked right up behind Mr. Aldale, leading to our unfortunate eyewitness being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So was it the body double who moved Mr. Aldale's body too? Yes, I think it probably was. But none of the footprints could have been his, could they? Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular dream was achieved.
Take that!
What if the president's double moved Mr. Aldown's body like this? After killing Mr. Aldown, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrails. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes, meaning that if he stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president, of course, his would have been the same shape and size. It would have looked like a single set of footprints. So that's how it all went down. I'm so glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's one thing I still don't get. There is. What? Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping? Mr. Aldown had seen the president at the orphanage and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message, so they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true, by staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw. Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Athena Guard. She's the one in the trench coat. How can you be so sure of that? The two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before. So the other set of prints were hers. The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9. Too small for Chairman Winter, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden the Guard. And that explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. It does. Which means my father must have. He must have. Not Heist. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof. But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct? No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead, and he knew what would happen if that news ever got out. Zinfang would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him, even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family name being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it. Well, it's finally coming to light at last. Is it indeed intriguing? What? Who's there? That sound. Is that a bell? Bodhidharma Canis. What the heck are you doing here? We are the law. You think you can just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem? Forgive me, but I couldn't help overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wang. I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, I should say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly. That's why I took a little sojourn through the penitentiary, to find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. What? Wait, you know who they are? In a manner of speaking, what did you call them again? A secret mastermind? And your friend in the red raincoat, of course. Red raincoat. The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Alma? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, you know, 12 long years ago. As you have surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. but that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter president, Winner, the guard, all three were key to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend the young pup again, they might even have succeeded. I wonder what he's doing now. So it was the president's body double who hired you. I remember his words almost as if it were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, not twice, a bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him? There was a difference, of course, even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No. So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Rook's not around. That means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. You. Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me. Seems the king and his knight were much the same. The president's double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amy Lai. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of locals. Locals such as Chairman Winner. Once Miss Finn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap. The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity. Indeed, and with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. Ordered the guard. Now, quid pro quo, where might I find the pup? What makes you think the boy who helped you in our mysterious spring tour are one and the same? He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage. Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of a prank, right? A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. From there, he happened to see Winner and the guard carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid little plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me. I was waiting inside the building, you see. He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat. In any case, he escorted me from the premises. And, being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. It seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. So he spread it liberally about the place and set himself a little fire. No way! So that's what the fire was for. It must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and the guard were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance. You never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this? I do indeed. Don't I, Helmut? Yes, yes I do.
Hold it!
A game? So the two of you had met before? Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18... It's, what's his name's son? What's his name's son? The, pastry chef. That long ago. But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life. It was snowing more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken a helmet out for a little walk. He thought I something and bounded off through the snow. When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at a car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one. And inside I found two young boys, shivering in semi-concise. Two. Yes, and had I found them even an hour later, the poor wretches would never have made it. I took them both to a nearby orphanage. Is it me, or is there something significant? Oh, there absolutely is. What is it about the date? This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that? I am. Holy smokes! We have something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence? Everything, just all these different little pieces. This is why I love these games. They do such a good job of doing an overarching story, and all these pieces just coming together. These are some great games. Capcom really just did a good job on these things.
Take that!
Especially this one. This one is really intricate. Like all these pieces, it's just all connected. I love it when that shit happens. That's why I love mysteries. Just connecting all those pieces you don't think are connected, and it all just ties together. That's why I love mysteries. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred, the murder of a well-known sculptor. No way. An incident in the aftermath of which two children went missing. The son of the victim, Archive Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmelo Gustu. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL. Intriguing. The son of a murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense. It would. One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see. That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gustu's son from getting to the competition. Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gustu would have had no chance of winning. So that was what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details. They weren't. No, when we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me. It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them, and the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. They weren't even able to remember their names. Wow, so they couldn't have known they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gustu's kids. If what he's telling us is true, that would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next? By all means. The pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. Night? But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I would temporarily regain my freedom and look into things. People from 12 years ago. You mean Lagarde, Winter, and the President, I assume. Well, but weren't Lagarde in charge of the prison where he was an inmate this whole time, right? I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course. Because you murdered President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the President as a fake, it would have been bad for the guard and Chairman Winner too. Exactly. And not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody. I know you are, President Wei. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I am employed to kill, which in this case means you. No. Well, wait. This is my first chance to meet him, and it might be my only chance. Please, just give me a few minutes longer. I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in case the worst comes to the worst. And the son in question, it was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct? Horns. You can see them. I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see, and for longer than you may realize. So the president meant to tell the world about Sean, and prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not enough simply to have Cadus's word on the matter. Of course, we have something that proves what he's telling us the president said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us. After all, the name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those three pieces of information, I was able to convince Gordon Lepard to do anything I asked. With the information at his disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time. And Sean's true identity with it. President Wang was more agile than I had anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft. By the time the piece I had broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark. So it was Cadus who tore the horn off the Torosaurus doll. I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup.
Hold it!
So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison. I was, via a post office box. What's that? It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address. I never knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see. By warning the guard, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about? We were playing course. It was night. It was... But he died, didn't he? Of course. That and griping about our respective lots in life. Correspondence chess. But didn't you used to play that with... As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis's chess opponent was... Mr. Knight. Yeah, it was Mr. Knight. We found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. So does that mean Knight had something to do with all that IS-7 busyness? Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident?
Take that!
This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set, which one should we look at more closely? The ring. What about it, Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it, if you would. That design, that's Paul Halleck's trademark. Mark. Indeed, looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his mark into a ring. But why would Knight have been carrying it? And why was it not the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident? They tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down. If I remember right, old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid, and the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the inn and gave him goods, including the seal, it would seem, which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death. So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son. The cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over. And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played correspondence chess, right? Wait, so our secret string core is no, it's the other one, the other son. The son of the pastry chef. He killed Bronco Knight because maybe he remembered that he got kidnapped by Bronco Knight that night or something.
Objection!
Knight is dead. How could he possibly... No, it's the other kid. The other kid. Far out. So our only candidate for genius mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket. That's impossible. How can a dead guy be behind all this? It is a little perplexing. But then, who else could it be?
Objection!
You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct? I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you? That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any braille at all. Really? But surely that's impossible. How so, exactly? Maybe someone typed Mr. Cadis's letters out on purpose. Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them. So then, Mr. Cadis says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. This suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Cadis's letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letters and turned them back into Braille. They could indeed. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Cadis. Mr. Cadis, the answers you received, they were written in Braille too, yes. So some mysterious middle person really was retyping Monster's missives. And that same person might well be our secret spring core. Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing. So who's this new one? Bronco Knight, son of Archive Frost, is already dead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo Gustu's son. But who is he, and where is he? If Knight was Frost's son, Gustu's son would have to be. I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family use, just like me. Him? But surely not. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet. Of course, it all makes sense. I know exactly who our so-called mastermind is. What? Who? You have to tell us. I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well.
Take that!
It has to be the person behind all this. The person who forced Chairman Winter's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Who drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of a big building. It was the monster. What? Did you really just say what I thought you did? Yes, the monster. That was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I would love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right. The Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun. Miss Lloyd, could I ask a favor? Who, little Olby? What kind of favor? You told us you recorded the sound of Torosaurus breathing fire. Proof. What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? You're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I don't precisely see the guy, but boy, did I hear him. Can we listen to the tape? You surely can. Let's see now. That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. The truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this. It's all falling into place. Miss Hart, You saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not? Yup. Snap me a picture of it too, even if you can't rightly see it so well. We can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Your image and an analyzer. Can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here. Gotcha. I'm on it. The clue we're looking for must be here. We just have to find it.
Eureka!
That's... See, I done told y'all, Torosaurus has his own dang self. Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme. Look, look, monster! You're finally ready to admit it, that he's dang real. The big bad bull himself.
Objection!
No, because that isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this, if you would. The very big circus flyer. Oh, wait, look. You see it? The enormous lion balloon. That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lily thought was a creature breathing fire? Come on, you're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that? That's how balloons fly. They burn gas to make hot air. They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the LED corner. So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus. Circus worker, friend of the Bronxster, son of Gus 2. Whoa, you're not serious. You forgot to mention trainee Andy Mount Crater. It's hard to believe. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right. Simeon Saint is the one behind all this. So Simeon? But everything, really? I don't believe you. We trusted him, and he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible. I'm sorry, Kay. Who was that? Hey, where do you think you're going, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my busyness here is done. What? No, Mr. Canis, wait. Damn it, he disappeared. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, I'm fine. But... Damn you. Are you alright, Sean? He killed my dad. He did, right? There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did. He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay. Somehow, some way, I'll...
Overruled!
No, Sean, you mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both. I just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we had better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? I suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. But before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask of you, Agent Lane. There is. What? Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. And Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir. I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth. Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. If Saint really is our mastermind, we're going to need this person's help. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it, but I'm going to put things right once and for all. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you guys come to watch the show? Hello, Miss Berry, Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I remembered you giving me this. That's so great. We're going to have so much fun. I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. I think you surprised me enough for one day already. What are you talking about? Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct? Oh, yeah. What is this exactly? I have a strong suspicion that the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for. You do? Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that would be Cillian. But wait, you don't mean... Mr. Saint, you took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours. At night, when it would have been even more difficult than usual. A strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? That you weren't practicing at all? You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building in order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Finkler. The security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof, which means she must have gotten there another way, from the sky, and the only person able to make that happen would have been you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me.
Raven Kittery
I would never, ever, ever
said,
do anything like that.
Objection.
Objection! Objection! We object to you saying objection. Yeah, hello, Raven. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, friend. Please, you have to believe me. I would never, ever, ever do anything like that. I wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had in you has been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back at the jail. You said you believed I was innocent. You don't have to worry about that. We are friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club, after all. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. By the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. And what's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. This is just awful. I never thought you would lie to me. Oh, we didn't lie. I swear, Simeon, you said you knew what it was like to be me. I trusted you. That hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. I'm... Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. This is Simeon we're talking about. He's not a bad person. I see it now. That's your strategy, isn't it? With everybody, you root out their psychological weaknesses and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the arch manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simeon Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. So that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, that sudden change in posture and attitude is kind of a turn on. You're kind of turning me on here right now, bruh. Why are you suddenly turning all mastermind sexy over here? Especially with the play on paint?
Spin Dash Diva.
Right? Like, okay, hold
Kinda
up.
hot LOL.
Like, okay, yeah, he's kind of doing... Hey, he's even got a kitty cat, look at that. Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the training animal trainer. Well, he apparently trains humans too. I guess he trains all kinds of animals to train me. Who wouldn't hurt a fly? I guess that was all an act. I'm
Stream
glad we're
elements,
finally getting to meet the
said.
real you.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Simeon, this can't be true, can it? Truth-wise, what does it matter? All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. And now he's going to pay. Sure, I went up in the ballroom a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. So you go up in the ballroom reasonably often. Yeah, promoting the circus like I said. Is that true, Miss Berry? Well, it's true that it's Simeon's job to go up in the ballroom and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now. Well, that same ballroom was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense. I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I will be the judge of whether you just happen to be nearby. Thank you very much.
Hold it!
This balloon, you usually launch it from here at the circus. No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that you can even get off of the ground now that I think about it. I would prefer it if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Wow, give a guy a break, will you? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. You use a truck, okay? You just load it on the back and away you go. A truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I'd better keep it in mind.
Objection!
This truck, it wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance. So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today, with one with a large basket loaded on the back. If that was the truck you told us about, and your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Agent Lake, Emma. There you are, Mr. Edgeworth. At last. I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away. And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck. Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. What, just because it's blue? Like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure.
Objection!
What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? That wasn't me. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence. Wow, you sound just like him. Show me. I demand proof. I must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it. What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way. You can tell just from that. What can I use to prove it's the same truck? I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints, and if I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it's the truck we saw in front of the big building. Whose prints will prove it was the truck we saw? Yours? You think you're going to find your own prints on there? I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. Already, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Me? Of course. Who else did you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how. Fine, although I don't see why you can't do it yourself. Yes, we've done this before on a different game. We know how to blow. I'm pretty good at blowing. Let's just blow it away. Just like that. Yes, 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 we know. We know how to do it, Emma. Thank you for teaching us how to blow. And use powder. Although I don't see where the fingerprints could possibly be. I guess we'll just cover everything. Yeah, sounds like a plan, right?
Spin-Diva said. Was this for the DS?
I honestly don't know what it was originally for. I guess you're asking if it was a microphone thing? Because the DS did that sometimes, right? It could have been. I could see that happening. I honestly don't know, though. I don't think I ever played any of the ones for the actual Nintendo.
Spin-Diva said.
Yeah, I could see it using it, though. Okay. There we go. That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yup, leave it to me. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edwards' print, all right. And with that, I know the lie is exposed. So what were you doing in the trunk? Oh, just driving around. For fun, you know.
Objection!
Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. Then today, another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage, and your truck was sighted nearby.
Objection!
Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe that you're near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Just be honest, you were involved in both? What makes you think they were even connected?
Objection!
A certain very important piece of evidence, that's right. This should be good.
Take that!
Kay was drugged with a dose of a powerful sedative. And a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less.
Objection!
I knew you would try something like this. The same sedative was used. So what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do that doesn't prove anything for sure. Oh, we must have something. There must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting.
Objection!
No, I'm nothing like him. Then show me. Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? It's no use. We don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay, you about done there, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great. Well, I have a show to be rehearsing for, so if you don't mind.
Objection!
Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. With one more good
Stream
looks
elements
running down your face
said,
now, would we, Simeon
Stay
old
thirsty,
pal?
my friends, hydrate.
Oh, what are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sense the vibe being a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood a little. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits with a little dose of the old great thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see if I can do Simeon's voice. Here goes. Objection. What are you? Take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Miles, sir. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again. We can worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. This is my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnapping for now. Is there anything else that suggests that he is our mastermind? Of course, Cadus was looking for a secret spring forward to the young pup, as he called him. If I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup, then perhaps. But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved behind the scenes?
Take that!
I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Cadus. And that same person might well be our secret Springcore. That's right. Our mastermind was involved in Cadus and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. If I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them. Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. We don't have anything and I have to practice for the show, so if you don't mind.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here, and I can't take any more of your interventions. Just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Miles Avino's back in the game for sure. I'm Simeon, the funny clown. Look at me. I'm jiggling, juggaloos. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it. Where did that come from? Chess. Sure, I don't hate it. Our secret Springcore was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Cadus.
Objection!
I thought Bronco was the one playing chess with Cadus. You were saying he was your so-called master.
Objection!
No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe it was the person who had inserted himself into Mr. Cadus at night. If you think that person was me, why would I go to all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led V.P. Lagarde to murder him. What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed? Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? You see me. I can barely even get the animals you do. I mean, what you're doing with the pig and cat right now proves otherwise, but if we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Cadus, that would prove the connection beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might be subject should you. Letters. You won't. Trust me. What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Why get hung up on the past, right? He must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess you went in without the evidence you needed once again. That's a bad habit, you know. So this doesn't prove anything either. We've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friend. You don't even have any proof. You're despicable. Who was that? Oh, hi. Miss Berry. What does she want? Sorry, it's just, I was thinking about what you're saying and this Knight person. You mean Bronco, right? Simeon's friend? Yes. What of it? Does she know something? A letter came from him this morning. For Simeon. What? What did you... How is that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Berry, we need to see this letter right away. Sure. Here you go. Let's open it up, shall we? As another correspondence chess letter. The next move from the game with Mr. Cadus. Can anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose. But you were never going to beat me. Not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. I guess it must have gotten held up en route. Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time. Interesting that's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed to Braille in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco. You're still getting in my way even now. I hate you. I hate you. Simeon, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend. We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest, but then Bronco showed up. He pinned me down and tied me up. He was crying the whole time. No, that was you. Wait. Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary. Stop it, Bronco, stop it. I have to go meet my dad, I promised. If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset. He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world. But no, he locked me in that car with him and the two of us nearly died. He thought he could get out, but when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. What? You lost your dad? Yeah. Broncos? No. Your dad killed Broncos. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? That doesn't match up with what we know at all. Simeon, the victim in the IS-7 incident, was a guy named Artai Frost. No, that was not your dad's name. My memories got kind of scrambled up that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. So I didn't find out until later that my dad was murdered. The murderer was a man named Carmelo Gustu, a confectioner. Really, I never knew Bronco's father's name, or maybe I chose not to remember. Just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? Do you think I would sit on it if I did? No, I would have reported him to the pole ice straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. A big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artai Frost was a sculptor. He had been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halicue. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Is this your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all. You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This piece of evidence proves that you're not Artai Frost's son.
Take that!
Bronco's chess set, and a ring. Yes, take a look at the ring for me if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is a seal with which Paul Habicu used to mark his works, and it was found next to Archive Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? The Pollies looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. What? But that's not. That would mean I was. Precisely. That you are in fact the son of Carmelo Gustu. No, that can't be. My dad was. I remember. Don't I? Bronco tied me up and locked me in that car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No way. So I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail. Was looking forward to the next move in our little chess game, so the show was just the icing on top. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. I will. And hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later. A little something. No idea what that might be, but thanks. If you hadn't detained me 18 years ago, it wouldn't have had to end like this. Did you say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Goodbye, Bronco, and farewell. I did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos. Then what was all this for? I didn't want to wind up dead too. I didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Cadus, why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it, the truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Cadus's correspondence chess partner, and you were the one manipulating events this whole time. You're right. It was me. It was me all along. At last, he's finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you knew that already. The president's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too. That's why. The guard kept questioning me, day in and day out. It got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? But I imagine it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. They never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. I couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. It drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. My whole life I've been up against the chief persecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. From the time I was a child, I had nobody. But they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. He may have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What hope did I have? There was only one person I could turn to, Cadus, the man who saved my life. He wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim. Strange to think of our famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of the child he saved. He showed me how to stop being a victim, to stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself, and they all became my prey. I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country for us. No, 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 no. I sure didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly did a shrew of things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was going to all go down. So he saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winter would try to suppress the evidence and warden the guard's trial. I see. And that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of evidence or the rule of law.
Objection.
Maybe I did, but how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winter pulled one last surprise. He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so murdered claimed to be.
Objection.
That's only if I had actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I would never do anything so wicked. Never ever. Me commit a crime? No, 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 no. And besides, I don't hate the three of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge would have been nearly as fun.
Objection.
So you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than a revenge. Sure, I admit it. So what? I despise every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. The most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. A quick note to Winter to tell her about Winter, another to him so he knew about her. But the fact that they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded, that was all on them. So you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders. Right. Same thing at Gold Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know? The whole fake assassination plot? I handed that to Bronco on a plate. That was part of his plan too. So Rook's murder was...
Objection.
No, no, no. That was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder. Setting the guard up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Cadus were in contact with each other. And slipped the chisel inside the chest set. So it was you who put it there. Yes, it was. I thought that might point everybody nicely in Cadus's direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. Who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive. And then, things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You were the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who? Me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winter and the guard. I guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both.
Objection.
I did solve those cases for your sake. Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say no, 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 no a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Was getting arrested part of your plan too? No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. I never thought they would take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold for sure. But then who should come through with a turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, My knight in shining armor. I bet it felt pretty good saving me like that. You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people. You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you, because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me, right when I needed it most. Kay. Did he? You're sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? No, that's not what he was doing. Come on, K-Meister. Don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple, painting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. The poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake. Forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from. And yet... Think about it. I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters. I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you would have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true. You kidnapped me. Sorry, but I did miss the part where you proved that. All I ever admitted to was sending letters. You. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. He's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's gotta be something we can do. What about this excitement stuff he's talking about? Incitement, K. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. You think you can make me carry the can for murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you if I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if, just to pluck an idea out of nowhere, I had trained all these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example? All I would have to do is say the word, then sidle off stage of the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing, but you would pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Shampoo stage with the gun I may or may not have in my pocket. Yeah, you know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know what things he might actually be prepared to go to, but knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Fine, I'll humor you, but once the curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. For me, and we're done here. Alright, let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? He's not going to give me an inch, but there must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished.
Objection!
I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen, because you said so yourself. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winter kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? I said that? Weird. I don't remember. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything, but this time you're wrong. I am. Yes, because our conversation was being recorded by somebody intercepting the signal from the very distinct device you planted. It was? You got your conversation with the plant here on tape. That's what you're trying to tell us. No. Lang Z says a schemer's schemes will swallow him at the end. Miss Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please? You bet I can. Got it. It was this part right here. Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Cabell's cell phone. Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay. I can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. It was right around here. I was as surprised as... That's weird. Is something wrong, Miss Lloyd? I'll say, seems we maybe didn't quite catch the next part on tape. What? Why? How could it not be on there? Poor babies, you think I'll leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. What? I never knew they make those. Remote control bugs. Sure, they exist, but... So you switch it off to avoid being recorded. Bingo.
Objection!
But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place.
Objection!
And I did. Of course I did. It was so obvious that someone was eavesdropping. And that's because Miss Lloyd wasn't. He knew about the kid prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. No, you heard that whole conversation. I did indeed, old pal. I must say, I thought you would have figured it out all much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius prosecutor? Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, at the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Ah well. Shucks. So my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all. Come on, I must have recorded something you could use. If only that were true. Hey, K-Meister. Yeah? The old bugaroo. It was hidden in your pen that whole time, right? That shake anything loose from the old brain tree. I don't know. Give me a sec to think. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before.
Objection!
So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. He's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before. Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if the sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long were you recording the intercepts from the bug for? Started about, let's see now, 2 nights back. In which case, during which time frame would we be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? Mr. Saint abducted Kay and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly, play us any tape you have from the night before last. Sure thing. Now that's the sound of the ballroom. Indeed it is. Around that time, I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it, which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder? Wait, that noise. That was a gunshot. You turned the bug off then too, it seems. Unluckily for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. What are you talking about? Nobody ever mentioned seeing a gun. He's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. I just need to remember who it was and present the piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows a gun was used on an incident related to this case?
Take that!
It's written right here in the President's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. And where was Kay when the gunshot was reported? That's right, she was in the ballroom being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof was as deserted as you needed it to be. Yes, I was there with the President. Wait, not long after we started talking, he thought I something and told me to leave. And if a gunshot rang out shortly after that, don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint. Not when it sounds crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me. What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories?
Knuckle back!
We didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear that the bullet hit something too. Could the President have been aiming at Mr. Saint? What would the bullet have struck?
Take that!
I think the President was firing at the ballroom, and if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look and see, shall we? A hole with a bullet stuck in it. There's a bullet hole in the bottom of the basket. I would call that pretty conclusive proof. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the gate, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. I doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Just shut up and confess, will you? Alright, no need to get cranky. What really happened 2 nights ago? I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gabelle and the President were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the President noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? Oh, that's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend the judge here. But me? Yeah, you. You told him about Sean. What did you think would happen? Why do you think he met with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. The man was a total coward. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I was an innocent bystander.
Hold it!
You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon going pop. But it was a close one thing. So you left right then and there. Of course I did. He was shooting at me. Are you saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop, which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah, guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me.
Objection!
You're lying to us again. I am. The President never entered the storeroom the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? And you believe the word of a 2-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh dang pardon? Say that about the chief again, I dare ya. I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face. So we know Hart was camped out on the 51st floor the entire evening. But if our fake president didn't escape from there, then how the heck did he get off the roof? An excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are possibilities, which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the President leave the rooftop if it wasn't via the elevator or the hatch?
Take that!
He flew. He flew. Yes, in Mr. Saint's ballroom.
Objection!
Quit fooling around, will you? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my ballroom?
Objection!
There was a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that
Objection.
rooftop. You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger. Give them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment. You bet your big toe I was. I done said as much as my testimony.
Objection.
So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch. That didn't scare you so badly that you fainted. So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few weeks after that. Well, passed out. Unconscious, you might say. What? What happened? That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. There was a sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. What? Well, so what if it did? Any girl in the world don't got caught in a little unaware sometimes. Sorry, Miles, but that's what you get for putting your faith in these people.
Objection.
It doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the room.
Objection.
Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little kill theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me. Then he hid in the shadows until after your friend fell down that hatch. What? So what if he did? What would that mean?
Objection.
Come now. Surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. If the president hid until after Miss Hart fainted, he could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No. And there we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. Did he have to do that to me in my own voice? That's right. And another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal the president while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right, it was Sean who murdered the body double.
Objection.
What possible reason could the boy have for doing so? Oh, a pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my Claymore letters. Well, what? He's lying. You bet I am. Am I? Maybe I did tell him, and maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? It was my fault that Torosaurus head fell off that roof. I admitted that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today. I swear. Well. I knew about the falling head thanks to the bug, but who knew it was you who made it fall, and the president died from being crushed, was it? Well, alright. Well, that's confirmed, at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties everything up pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you would say something more like. And so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I just like to pull a few strings here and there. That was the case with Mongo, with Chairman Winter. So what makes you think I'll let that fake president set foot on my ball beam? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. And who said old Torosaurus is not going to fall? It all makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead. No doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of. That's what caused the murder here, not me. No, that's not possible. Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy. Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? Curse you! Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winner, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into a jail cell, don't you? That's the justice you all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. That's... No, that's not true. Well, if you're not going to make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe then they'll finally do something.
Objection!
We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Sane. How did I know you would make some excuse for stalling even longer? But you still don't have any proof, do you? Only chance of winning this. Tell me I'm wrong. And yet you still want to prolong the agony? Well, as long as you know what you're doing. He's not holding back. What, did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Hey, Miles Areno. Take a deep breath for me, would you? Why would I do that, Bender? Because it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles. Remember? The way in which the predator made his escape is what you and Laughter Boy can't feel. How about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather under what conditions would Simeon have been cool with letting him get on board? A turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption, just my 2 cents worth. Or your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this amazing modern era.
Stay moist, my friends, hydrate.
He's right. Under what circumstances could the body double up in a bound on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man, and what's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No, there were no traces of his sentinels found during his autopsy. In which case, surely not. Are you about ready to continue, Miles? And don't forget, this is what we're playing for. This is going to be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down, one statement at a time.
Objection!
Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that? You? I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communion with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have me mixed up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid.
Objection!
Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Sane, and I can prove it. Well, what? You're talking about the lion balloon. Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air, but a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Satan himself. Sorry, you lost me. What are you trying to say exactly? You seem very keen to stick to your story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, there was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal trainer can't make the dead do his bidding. And the president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your Balloon. I get it. That thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few hundred pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose? Landing the Balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that Balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him, because what you took away was his dead body.
Objection.
Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago, which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would. Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again. It's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11. Clear as day. April 5th. That was yesterday, which means... Exactly. It means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off of that roof. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it. Who would? He just left you. What kind of a father would do that? No, that's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know who he was until today. Oh, but you did know, because I told you myself. Can my theory really have been so wide off the mark? I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hailed winner and Legarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. Gotta love those powers of deduction. If the time of death matched up, everything else would fit. So, could he possibly have cheated the time of death somehow? Oh, and what was the other guy's name again? Carmelo Gustu. You even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. Of course, Gustu, the IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gustu needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. If they had determined that the murder occurred during afternoon tea, he would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo. I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall, too. How can you say that? He was your father. It's so scary. Miss Legarde just keeps asking and asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me? Please, I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We may have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke.
Objection!
You may not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death, just as he did. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. A refrigeration unit in a depot. I threw off the time of death. And how did I do that? By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. You hid the body right here.
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere, and you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Who knew that the two were connected? We're talking about the kidnapping again. Why are we bringing that up now? Because much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. The same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm the same as him? The same as the animal who abandoned me? A sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless. Shut up. I'm nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Objection!
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Dusty have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is. You don't understand. You may have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. And you're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. You couldn't be more similar. Or should I say, I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit, and the kidnapping, nothing to do with me. Nonsense. You did it so you could blackmail Judge Gabelle. We know for a fact you were involved.
Objection!
You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? But it changes nothing. You still don't have any proof. Of incitement? Of kidnapping? Of anything? Oh wait, or are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old Winter playbook? No, never. I would never do that. I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was the line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that. But only when the truth suits you. That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. The guard, Winter, and now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Isn't there anything we can do? Everything points to this man being our culprit, but we need evidence, and even just one piece. Alright, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free, if you'll finally admit defeat. Who was that? Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gummy, where have you been? I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. And Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report? I had to look into a few things real quick, sir, about the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept. It was registered to the very big circus, just like you said. And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint, must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? A valid question, I suppose. There were no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask the department manager for her thoughts on the matter. Well, Miss Berry, we do hire a unit to store all the food for the Indy Mouse. But I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simeon. He's so good at that kind of thing. You fool! Simeon, you're scaring me. Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistakes. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. You panicked and moved it to the grounds of the big building instead. But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you had known you were up against a great thief and an even greater detective. Is everything alright? You're looking a little pale. Don't think you've won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential figure with that balloon. And I know you don't, because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon, a game? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find? We expect to find plenty. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? If there's truth to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice. He sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten out of way tighter spots than this one. What they said, we believe in you, Miles Avino. And so does your pop. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is. Just stay calm and see this through to the end, Miles Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away. The president's body dump was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simeon Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of past and present once and for all. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man. This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon that was used to crush the president?
Take that!
When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child, a popular flower back in Zinfandel. That's your proof? A bunch of flowers that will be rotting at the dump by now? A bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection. That's got nothing to do with any of this. Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true. But the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The president had them held onto them until the last. An actress provided us with our final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of have been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. If we examine the basket for traces of lion lily pollen, what do you think we might find? No. You don't need to do that. You just looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow.
Objection!
Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Emma? Yeah. I would like to call your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind. Leave it to me. Alright, let's take a look at this ballroom basket, shall we? I've got something. Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. If it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it. Well, what? And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself. No, how could, no! You crushed the president with that ball. Then you loaded his body into the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Rosie Rinker's murder. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it, and he couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. While returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night, he must have observed the fire Sean caused, and the Torosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder. You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward. In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the ballroom to the lot below, and while he was thanking for the rope you used, he was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. No. How did you see through it all? How? You manipulated people, and you manipulated this case, just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all powerful, but your reign is at an end. The animals look like they're mad with you, says Simeon. Even Monet and Azia, they thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad all at the same time. So stop it. Stop looking at me like that. Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. I don't... Get away from me! Leave me alone! Dad, where are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong, nothing. I'm not the bad one, they are. Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad only one? Okay, I can't read that fast. It seems the game is up at last. The killer. Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now I am free to... No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? I don't have a gun. Please, not only are you carrying one, you were just about to draw it. They must have stolen it from the President after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called President was an impostor, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There is nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me, that is the crime for which you are about to pay. No! You. It's been a while, the killer. Step aside, Cadus. That man is my target. I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade. And if I refuse, let's just say that I might not take the loss of the one life that I ever saved too well. You save a life, Bodhidharma Cadus, the blind butcher himself. Preposterous, I know, but yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one, that of an innocent young pup, and he, in his turn, saved mine, something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like, I know I would, but I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live. Very well, the boy must mean a lot to you. Thank you, I am in your debt. You do not need to thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. No, get back here. You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways, and you have done just that. All right, I suppose we had better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits, doesn't it, Helmut? Yes, yes it does. Hello. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man? I will not lie. I did. My victims deserve to be remembered, at the very least. But I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case... Shashawn, no! You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it and cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. I want revenge. I want it so badly. Shashawn, don't do it. But please, Sean, I beg of you. At least I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took. But you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good. Trust me. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out. Numbs it. Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted. Sean. But it's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How does that help anybody else? If I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would. And so would all the people I work with. They're counting on me. They worry about me. Thoughtful words indeed, little one. Yeah? Well, I get it now. I won't ever forgive you. I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, The prosecutor. People like that. Sean. Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay. Very well, then I suppose we'll be on our way. With me, young pup. On our way to where? Where else? To the prison. Our home. Our home. And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one less thing I had to do. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth. What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here? Mr. Edgeworth, your request has been processed and approved. Your what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I am returning it. From this day forth, I'm a prosecutor no longer. I still can't believe you did that for me. A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally, and that by believing your client, the truth will make itself known. That man's image has been forever burned into my memory, as strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom. Good old Gregory. But that's his and my father's path. Mine lies elsewhere, Mr. Edgeworth. My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, then I guess that's that. I'm sorry. No, I dig it. And besides, I can tell by that look in your eye that your mind's made up. It is. All right then. Looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying to old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey, Milester, care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? You once asked me something, Bender. Are you going to keep fighting crime as a prosecutor, or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you, one only you can answer. I've been thinking about that question ever since, about how I mean to live my life. And now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. I'm going to help people as a prosecutor. But can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simeon Saint was also a victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago, and with him his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you, to lose faith in everything, to doubt everything and be utterly alone, to fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my poor icing. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Mr. Saint had no body. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt even if you imagine that the body devil would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, 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 no. I surely didn't. And as long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. I want to help people like him. And how do you plan to do that? If he had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winter made a mockery of justice, and in so doing, drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. Just one among many of the law's great contradictions. You can say that again. Yup, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. The law is far from perfect. But one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint, but a prosecutor, a custodian of the law, I think perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn. Very, Miles Areno. I like it. You know it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself? That's lawyering on hard mode. I understand that, but somebody has to do it. I don't doubt that, and if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change, adapt or perish, am I right? You're going to smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw that same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheeseball, but you. I only wish your dad was here to see it. He would be proud as all get out. Fender, thank you. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby, in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law. Alright, you're a prosecutor again. Best news I've heard all week, sir. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoop. Your pops is going to want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time. Thank you again, Fender, for everything. Don't thank me yet. The next time you see me could be across a courtroom, and the space is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle. I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon. Alrighty, Fender out. Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thank you, Judge Gavel. I owe you more than I can say. You do. You strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed. Not at all. I was never truly alone. That's right. You had the Goddess of Justice on your side. Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them. And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve. I will look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon, as will I. You did not see the best of me when I last oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality. Judge Gabelle. I don't mean to call your motivation into question. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. But, to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then, when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based in that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion, nothing more. You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights, Mr. Edgeworth. There is a noble reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winter. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean. This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's. Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died. You see, there is something more important even to me than the mere words of the goddess, though it may anger her to hear me say such things. So that was your secret weapon and all along, the strength of your bond with your son. Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but I must grow, as a servant of the law and as a mother, that I believe above all else. I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn. Indeed, we are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths, and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey. I lost the title of prosecutor.
Objection!
It's been a busy few days, sir. Unbelievably so. How do so many important cases all come along at once? There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way. Wait, all that stuff happened because of you. No, Gummy, how could you say that? Yet, I don't think the good detective is entirely wrong. Well, Kay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice? Yeah, good question. What? You're not sure? How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, no? Trying to become a great thief, just like he was. The Yatagarasu. A Yatagarasu at least. Watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate. She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade. I'm going to be my own hero. That sounds like an admirable plan indeed. I won't be giving up the name though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right? Whatever name you pick, you'll always be Kay to us, Kay. You'll always be a hero. Thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too. You bet I will. I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. I'll be counting on you, sir. Yes, I'll be counting on you too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. I think your next style AV review may come as a pleasant surprise. Well, wait, you mean, what's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it you get paid a little more, detective. You will? This is unbelievable, sir. No way. Go, Gummy! It's like a dream come true. I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind. Don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I've got. Just you wait and see. Fender and Judge Gabelle set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. Can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy, nonetheless. Mr. Edgeworth, there is a noble reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me, someone other than the goddess. Of course, Sean. This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope. When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead. That was your secret weapon all along, the strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds. I almost forgot. For what? What is it? I was trying to find other members for my Yataka Rescue team, right? I do vaguely remember something about that. I never even found a single one. We were going to be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream. You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case the world cares to throw at it. Yeah, I guess I do. The prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all. I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end, and now I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path, and a new me.
Stream Elements said.